All right, good evening, guys. Good to see you. Evening, Marcel. Evening, Corey. Hello to everyone else just slowly trudging in as well. I say we. I've come to the decision to start over. The layout that I was building, I still got it, but decided to start afresh. And after all of our discussions the night about my hometown of Rugby and going on that little whistle stop memory tour, it's made me very nostalgic for the old place. So I've decided to actually build Rugby, or at least try and build Rugby as it was when I was there. So this is going to be sort of an 80s, 90s period layout, as best as I can do, at least in terms of the rolling stock. And so I'm going to try and rebuild Rugby Station based on how I remember it. I have been able to find quite a bit of photo evidence that will help. One of the great things about Rugby having been such an important station in the country's rail network in the mid 20th century is that there's a huge wealth of photographic historical evidence and documentation online that can be found compared to a lot of other places in the country. So, as I say, at one point Rugby was a major rail route in the country. Actually had two stations with the Great Central Railway running through Rugby as well. This became Rugby Central Station, Rugby Main Station, and then we had the Great Central Railway running through as well. The main station obviously still exists, has been redeveloped, as we were talking about the other night. It's not the same as it was anymore. It has been updated and refreshed. Platform layout has changed. Some of the tracks no longer exist. They've been relayed according to the reconfiguration of the platform slightly, and a lot of the old superfluous track has been ripped up. But the essence is still there. I actually found some photos. I was talking about the entrance tunnel and how grimy it used to look and feel compared to how squeaky clean and shiny it looks now. A slight over-exaggeration in terms of like the griminess of it, but you'll see what I mean because I actually found a couple of photos which I'll show you. It had as I say, it had the Great Central Railway that came through, and there was like, and it had all been ripped up by the time I was born. The Great Central Railway went the way of the beaching axe long before I was born, but the bird cage still existed until I think 2007. And the birdcage was basically a steel girder bridge, a box girder bridge that went over the main lines here. And I think they eventually tore that down, say somewhere around the end of the 2000s, which is a bit of a shame. Evening, Tony. That was basically how I spent most of my day today, was doing some research and then doing some reorganizing, which I'll show you in a second. But one thing I do want to do before I forget is I do need to make a little alteration to the starting bit that I laid down earlier. So I've tried to be quite clever with creating this custom station platform to match how the station layout was, because It was never completely straight. It was always like on a very gradual curve. It's still a slightly exaggerated curve. But I've actually used the track itself to create the station, and then I've just changed the ballast to a bit of girder bridge support, and then raised it up a bit. And by stacking the lines next to each other, it gives me the perfect spacing and the perfect angle against the corners, which, I had that epiphany last night. I realised I could make a station pretty much however I wanted and still have it line up perfect, because I was always trying to think, how am I going to create a long, slowly sweeping curve like this with the shapes that are available, and I just couldn't see how to do it. Oops. Turn my phone alarm off. So yeah, I had that epiphany last night, and then that way I don't have to worry about getting into 3D modeling in Blender and then trying to import stuff in. I just use basic in-game assets and just be a little bit clever about it, and then just use some basic shapes to cap off the platforms and then fill the gaps in, which I've done on this this first line here, and then I've put the cap on there, but I haven't filled the gaps in yet. And that's all this is just a piece of track, but with the rails removed and with the sleepers removed, and then the ballast type changed. That's all it is. So that's worked out really, really nicely. But I did say I needed to make a change. What I need to do is just space this line out a little bit further and put a little bit of a gap. I might end up doing the same on the other side, but for now I'm just going to do it on the one side here. There we go. So there we go. Before I've forgotten how to do it. So I did say I'd been organising stuff. I've been going through the mod hub looking for some very specific mods. And I've also been creating some custom drawers. So these are drawers that I've filled with rolling stock and locomotives that I plan on using a lot on this layout, which is how I was able to get everything on there, very quickly and easily without having to carry things over and stuff. I have created 7 custom drawers. You get one by default, and then you just can mess around with what's there and change everything around and just add them in however you feel. So first off, because I do want to run some Steam and maybe some early 70s stuff as well into the 60s and 70s, I've got some diesels as well. So I've just got a selection of some of my favourite Steams. So we've got the Silver Fox, we've got the Eisenhower, the Sir Nigel Gresley, the Mallard, just a little pannier tank here, and then we've got a couple of other smaller little locos. We've got a Black 5, a couple of really small little locos. I haven't gone too specific. I'm trying to capture and recreate the feeling of the period, with my layout, but not be overly anal about exactly what runs on it. So I'm just looking for that kind of period in time rather than very sort of region and location specific rolling stock. I've got a Class 37, a couple of coaches there, a DMU, a couple of warships, and then a couple of Class 35s, a couple of Hymeks. And then on the next page, a selection of coaches with a standard coach and then a break coach. Got some old British Rail coaches in red and green. Got the classic blood and custard. I call these the chocolate coaches. Sort of brown and cream coaches. A couple of versions of the Coronation Scott, one in red, one in blue. Coronation Scott did actually, or a Coronation Scott class loco did actually run through rugby at one point. We've got a double tender version of the Flying Scotsman, just for something a little different. And then on the next one, I've organised some rolling stock here as well. So I've got a couple of DMUs. Got a Sprinter in the Regional Railways livery. There we go. And then I've got a 4-car DMU here in BR Blue. A collection of 3 sort of Mark 1 BR coaches in BR Blue, with first class, second class, and a break coach. And then same with Intercity. So break class, second class, and first class. Got a parcels van, and then I've got again 3 coaches in the Regional Railways livery. So break, second class, and first class. Evening Wellman. And then I've got some rolling stock here. Again, this is not an exhaustive list, but this is the stuff that I'm probably going to be running the most of. So I do need to add more stuff in freight-wise for sort of like the 80s and stuff. But we've got some rail freights, containers. Got a fruit van in BR Blue, an ore hopper, a couple of different variations of a larger coal hopper, one with and one without a load. Same for a slightly smaller version. Just a small fuel tanker, very nondescript. Some rail freight liveried container wagons, and then sort of a standard box car, a fruit wagon, and a brake wagon in very nondescript sort of brown timber for the steaming stuff. And we've got a big old hopper there as well, back for the 80s. I will be adding some more stuff into here when I can figure out exactly what else I want to run in there. And then I've got some locos. So I've got the 6 main rail fleet classes. We've got the general class at the top. Then we've got distribution specific. We've got coal. We've got petroleum. We've got minerals. Then we've got construction. We've got another class 56 with no livery, or no sector specific livery, just in rail freight grey. A couple of class 86s, one with a raised pantograph, one without. We've got this very strange looking class 58. This isn't actually technically a class 58. This is an American loco that's been reskinned with the rail freight livery, but it is a similar loco to the class 58 that was done for rail freight. I've got a couple more class 86s or 87s here in BR Blue, and then we've got a selection of 08 shunters here. So 2 separate versions, or 2 separate running numbers on these for each of the 3 rail freight colours that we've got here. One with actual rail freight stamping on the side, and that's just for a little bit of variation in general shunting. And then we have these sort of passenger express stuff. So some more coaches. These ones can actually come out now because I've already put these somewhere else. So I'll leave them there for now. But I might take those out, and that will free up space for some extra locos. So we've got another couple of Class 56s in BR Blue, one with a very large logo on the side and a grey roof. A light grey roof, one with a dark grey roof and a small symbol. Then we've got the Class 91, and then the Class 43s, one in the traditional BR Blue. Oh, excuse me. One in the Intercity Swallow livery, and then a coach for each of those. So the Intercity coaches and the BR Blue HST coaches. Again, I've got the 3 main coaches there. We've already sort of put them somewhere else, but for now I'll leave them in there. And then we've got another couple of Class 86s, this time in the Intercity livery, and again one with a raised pantograph and one with it folded down. So that was basically what I got up to this afternoon, organising all of my my rolling stock. Putting it in nice, easy to get to drawers, so that I don't have to keep coming into this mod page here and then scrolling through page after page after page after page trying to find the one thing that I'm looking for. Like so. Now I've got it all very neatly and easily laid out. And of course with these custom drawers, they're saved as soon as you hit hit the save button at the top. You can confirm those changes, and then it doesn't matter whether you're on this layout or any other layout, those custom drawers remain fixed and set in place, which is really, really nice. So I can come over here to any one of these drawers, these portable drawers, and I can just go down here to my custom drawers, and there they are. Oh yeah, this is the other thing I did as well. This actually took a bit of time. I found this car transporter. It's not really the one that I really wanted to use, but the one I really wanted to use doesn't have a loading function where I could choose to load it with whatever I wanted. The one I wanted to use, which would have been a bit more prototypical, was a little bit longer but had 5 cars per level on it, but they was all exactly the same car, all in exactly the same color. And I wanted to throw a little bit of variation on, because I used to see car transporters going through all the time. We actually had a couple of different big car plants, in the region. When I was a kid, there was I'm trying to remember which manufacturer it was, but we had a big automobile factory. And again, I can't remember who it was for, but it was on the way to Coventry, I believe. And I used to drive past that, as a kid, a few times, depending on where we were headed. So we used to see cars getting shuttled by on the on these transport racks. It's a pretty regular occurrence. So I tried to add a bit of variety. I found a few period-specific kind of vehicles. I've had to fudge it a little bit in other places as well, but we got a couple of Volvos on containers here, so just some basic Volvos. With these ones, I've tried to be a little bit more random with the colours on those, because, how many people are going to buy a Volvo? Some, maybe not a lot, but enough to warrant a couple of different trailers worth, but with different colour configurations. We did have a huge Ford Escort presence in the 1980s up and down the country. So I've got 4 different versions of the Ford Escort, one of each colour here. I could have gone more, but I figured white, could maybe change the black to a different colour, but for now it's just going to be black. or a very, very dark grey. Blue and red, some nice generic colours, and I don't have to run them all. I can just pick and choose what I want, so that I can at least mix up a couple of different trailers of colour if I want to run a lot of Ford Escorts. Then I've got some random stuff here. So I've got Nissan Skyline with underneath a Pontiac, just to give me another sports car that is kind of scalable and sporty. Got some Range Rovers, again in various different colours. Got to have just white vans because we all remember in the UK the white van man was everywhere in the in the 80s and 90s. And then just some Beetles, and again just a little smattering of colour on those. And again, I can just pick one of those up and I can just plonk it down, and there we go. I've got a Beetle train, for example. Or if I just get rid of these, you know, if we want to get some white vans, I was hoping for Ford Transits, but I couldn't find one. But I did find a Mercedes. There we go. We got a van truck and a fleet of white van man vans on their way to go and terrorise motorists up and down the country by getting within 3 inches of the back bumper of the car in front. And again, we could do that with the Escorts. We could have a couple of trailers of each colour, or mix the colours up a bit. And I can even just go into these. So if I go into L, I can come in here and I can actually take these out or change them, or while they're even in here, just paint a couple of others as well in different colours, just to add a bit of variety as well. So while it's not the perfect model in terms of its size, the one I really wanted to be able to use is a little bit bigger. I'll see if I can find the other one. There we go. This is the one that I really wanted to use, but I can either have it loaded like that or unloaded like that, but they are set mods that can't be changed. So I might even potentially just run these like this. You know, have a couple of empties here and there, have you know, a lot of full but all white nondescript, you know, cars. Not entirely sure what that model is meant to be. It does resemble a Ford Escort a little bit, but it's very clearly at the same time not a Ford Escort. So they are more apropos, I suppose, of the period, but very much not customizable, unfortunately. So now comes the fun bit, trying to get the station expanded for the exit lines. And I don't know whether I want to start to straighten the track out a little bit. I think I'm going to have to. Start by straightening out the main lines. It doesn't matter if I'm building the station so close here like this, because we can just stretch the room in any direction that we need to make it fit, which is really, really handy. Damn it. Turn that into a curve. That's sometimes the trouble with having the auto snap switched on. It's really useful and really not at the same time, and I still don't really know exactly what each of the specific functions do when it comes to some of the options for controls. And rather than trying to mess around and break something that I really don't want or need broken, I'm going to just have to come up with temporary kind of workarounds with how I lay track until I become a little bit more comfortable, I think. Damn it. Let's place that down there. That's a 1 separation. I want a 0.7 separation, because then I can auto lay track next to it. Why? It's because I've converted it by getting it touched up against another piece of track. Let's try this again. There we go. So, this is where I'm going to need to start referring to some of that historical evidence that I was talking about. So this is kind of a rough diagram of what the station kind of looked like, but not in the specifically in the 80s. This is more sort of what it looked like around the earlier part of the century, around the 30s and the 40s. So if I just get us lined up like this. There we go. And then let's bring this down a bit. There we go. So that's the basic kind of layout. You can see all the passing lines and stuff here. There's the entrance to the station down here with the subway tunnel that ran underneath and then came up. And then this is where the birdcage was. That's the old Great Central Railway. There's a lot of sort of little siding tracks coming off. I'm not going to put all of those in because a lot of those were from when steam was running through. I mean, there was a huge amount of, track here just off this page, which was for rolling stock and wagons and stuff, and trains getting shunted out of the way for other stuff coming in. Don't need any of that to a degree, because it was insane just how much stuff there was. I'm going to have a look, see if I can find another example. So this is the exit of the station here, this is what we're going to be trying to model tonight. Trying is the operative word. So we've got some of the old stuff that would go up this way. Again, you can see it's quite a lot of lines, quite a lot of just superfluous little sidings in here. Some of these we will probably keep, but probably a couple we'll get rid of. We've got an old sort of side line running around here that then comes down here and goes that way. We are going to make some little changes as best we can. That's the Great Central again coming down. So that there was the birdcage, a little box girder bridge that went over the top of Rugby Station, and that was the Great Central. So that would then carry on down here into Hill Morton, and then somewhere down here, about here, I think, would be Rugby Central Station. And all of that had been ripped up when I was a kid. Didn't exist, but the railway cutting was still there. Turned into, or left to turn itself into a kind of a nature walk. Where is... So that's kind of a very, very simplified plan of where everything kind of went to. So from here we had the Clifton sidings that then went off to Market Harbour towards Peterborough. I don't think any of that still exists. That's really active beyond just being some sidings. This doesn't exist anymore, I think. Actually, this one might still be there. I'm not entirely sure. This no longer really serves a function. These sidings down here, these kind of went down to the old, to the Rugby cement plant. I think there's still a couple of sidings that run down there, but it's not anywhere near as active as it used to be. This is the sort of the main line out that goes towards Birmingham, and then it's either this bit or this bit that doesn't really do that much anymore. I think it's the Trent Valley line that doesn't exist much anymore, but I might be wrong. And then on the other side, as I say, this is now just kind of a siding route. It doesn't go anywhere anymore, but these two main lines do still go where they need to. This one goes out towards the Daventry Freight Terminal, just outside of Rugby area, and then on to Northampton from there. And then this one goes all the way down towards London as part of the main route through the country. Where is my browser? So here is some of the tracks that I was telling you about. So that is the left-hand side of the station. So that's here. And this is all the tracks coming out of the station. And then all of these sidings here. You can see all of this. With passing sidings, storage sidings. There used to be a cattle market opposite the station. It had gone when I was a kid, but it was still just a concrete area. I think there might even have still been some of the railings dotted around here and there, and it was always referred to as the cattle market, even though as an actual thing it had been long gone. It's now completely gone. There's nothing left of it. There's now an expanded front to the station. There's a travel lodge opposite the station. But yeah, there's a huge amount of track that we just do not need to model in. An absolutely monstrous amount. So this is how it kind of looks now. It's very, very streamlined. This is where the cattle market used to be, in this area just here. And we had some cattle sidings here off the layout, off the main lines, which don't exist anymore. That's all been built up. But yeah, this area here used to be referred to as the cattle market when I was a kid, and that no longer exists. It's now all been completely redeveloped. But it was essentially just a big concrete area when I was a kid. Now, I did say I found some pictures of how the tunnel used to look compared to how it looks now. That is the station entrance that I remember. And that was in 2006, I think. That photo was taken. So, I think it was 2013, 2012, something around that kind of time when they redeveloped the front. But that's how the station used to look. Just this, not particularly well lit subway that went underneath, and then you go up this slight gradual ramp, and then there was an uphill ramp that would then go up to the station itself. I do have a picture of that as well. That's a very small picture. There we go, zoom in a bit. This is at the top of that ramp. You had this kind of boxed off area with a little ticket office just to actually get through onto the platforms. And this is exactly how I remember it as a kid. I'm not entirely sure what year this photo was taken. But yeah, this is the rugby station of my childhood. The roof has been completely replaced. It's not the same sort of steel trestle with glass panes anymore. It's a bit of a shame. But this is what we're going to be trying to model, this version of Rugby Station, rather than what it looks like now, which is very modern and very very pretty, and just has no character compared to compared to what it was for me when I was a kid. It just looks very sterile. It doesn't feel to be any character to it at all. It just feels like any modern station that you go to now, just very clean and tidy, and very very harvester-like. When a pub gets taken over and turned into a harvester, and just becomes very sanitized and clean, and loses all of the character and charm that made the pub what it was, and now it's just a basic template that is stamped on every single one, of a chain that has no real individual identity. That's what I'm trying to convey here. So we're starting to straighten this stuff out, and I'm going to have this off the screen so that I can see it, but also be able to build. And it gives me a reference to work from. Don't want that. Okay, so let me make sure I don't accidentally rip something up that I don't want to get ripped up. So let's apply the changes. I am going to have to move this bottom line down, but that's going to have to change in a very specific way. For now, actually, I will just go ahead. Shouldn't have done that. Should have done this first. Let's just move this down as a reminder. That this needs to happen. So this is a very easy way of making sure that my radius stays the same, is to just build the radius out like this, and then just remove the bits that I don't need. like so. And this way I can just use, you know, these custom pieces of track that I've built and make sure that they stay the same uniform length over here and at the same angle. And it just makes things easier trying to get things like points, etc. To line up. So I actually want this line out here, so I don't need to go that far. There we go. I want to put 2 lines of separation on this one rather than just the one on the opposite side. And then we'll take it off over here, because there we go. That's better. So apply those changes so we can't accidentally pick those up by mistake now. So let's extend our bench work. For that I need to go to edit room so I can pick one of those benches up. There we go. And just snap those on the end. And these benches will get taken up. I'll be building custom bench work underneath. But these are just here for me to keep my track grounded in terms of elevation. And then this is the actual height of where the station's going to be. So we've got that ability to have the town scene on a lower bit and put the tunnel in that went underneath the mill, the Murray Road tunnel. Go. A little bit of an extension there. So scale is going to be the tricky part of trying to figure this out. I figure if I use our central lines here, our terminus lines as our kind of guide point, our initial guide point anyway, some of these lines will then obviously start to curve back in. Some of these lines will start to drift back in towards this area, but the lines will also start to it's hard to actually show you because I haven't got a camera, but some of this is going to start to drift this way, and some of this is going to start to drift that way a little bit, and it'll all kind of come together in a weird little bit of track work over here. And so that's what I've got to try and figure out how to get done, which I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to do that yet, but do it we shall. Why won't it let me stick that there? There we go. Sometimes I just have to build track around where I want it to go to get it to connect, so I can come back on it. Still trying to figure everything out with this game. Had it less than a week. Or about a week. I think it might have been Saturday or Sunday last week that I started playing it. Right, so this is where my focus needs to start to shift in terms of where these lines are going to be actually running. This should all kind of be curved as well, but I don't know how to create my own custom points yet. So for now, I'm just going to straighten this out. I can always come back to this and redevelop this area a little bit. Not even going to start with scenery until I've got the main track work laid down. Beyond, you know, the basics of template stuff. So the station's not going to get any more detailed than this until I'm actually ready to start building it up a bit more. You know, once I'm happy with how all the track is laid. Otherwise, I'm just spending a lot of time wasting a lot of time building stuff that then may have to get torn down to be moved or repositioned, and rather not go through that headache. Have all that wasted energy. So this is going to be the main basis, I think, here of where my tracks are actually going to end up. I'm just looking to see where my lower tracks are going to go. They're going to need to be sort of a little bit higher up. Maybe sort of about here. Definitely going to need more bench work. I need more room. It's not long enough for the bit that I want to work on. So let's add a little bit of length to the room. There we go. Let me lay down some more benches so I can then save those. I don't get that kind of flashing every time we go over one. I can just lock these in place. Fact, let me change the orientation now to give me a bit more space to work with. Let's go just a little bit more. There we go. So if I hit apply changes like that, now that bench work is locked in place and I can't accidentally pick any of those bits of benches up, which I have done a lot. It's annoying. And I can just come back and just edit this bit of track here. So we now can't interact with this track until I make it active, but this little bit here and then the stuff that we've just been laying, I can still pick up and tinker with. And that's, again, just a nice little way of making sure I don't accidentally break something that took me a while to put together. So by the time it gets to about here, this is where my upper line is going to be. This is where I do need to start curving the track again. So let me grab a large radius curve. There we go. Just going to plonk this down here as my template. Bit of track that I can actually just grab from. Go. And then again, I'm just going to lock down most of the track so I can just work from this little bit over here. And I don't risk ripping up anything from the station by mistake. Very, very handy little tool, that, the edit tool. The game apparently, it's some of these changes, you know, that I've been taking for granted have been in the game for a while, really haven't. Like the smooth speed control inside the locos, how we can just slowly, gradually increase that speed on a nice smooth sliding scale to whatever speed that we want. That only got patched in a month ago, if that. So some of these changes are still rolling out, if you'll pardon the pun, so to speak. Even now, I mean, multiplayer is currently in development, along with some other little tweaks and changes that are coming as well. Okay, and there needs to be a third line. Bring this image back in. So I'm looking at this bit here at the moment. This is the bit that I'm currently laying down. So we've got our 3 tracks here, 2 of which will carry on, and then 1 will come down like this, and then we'll have other tracks going over the top, and then, you know, one of those will merge back down and the other one will carry on over there. And then we've also got this lower line down here, which also goes underneath this bit. So this is where it's going to be tricky, trying to get the gradient right without it being too steep that it looks silly. I may have to lower these tracks down a little bit as well, just to help accomplish that, which I think probably should do. So let me just move that back out of the way. And let's go to edit room. And let's lower the height of our bench work just a little bit, just here. Just to help me figure out the right height for that, for those lower lines, and to help me gain the elevation I need without relying purely on just an incline. You know, have a decline gradient on the other tracks, so that they're pulling away from each other rather than one just pulling away from the other, from the first one. It means I can force that gap that I'm going to need in a shorter space without having a gradient that's way too steep and looks ridiculous and unrealistic. I just need to get a rough idea of where I want my birdcage to be. So I need to do something to just model that. Let's go to shapes. Actually, no, before we go to shapes, let's go to, I don't know if it'll be under buildings or props. I think it'll be under buildings. Let's have a look. See, this is the station that I was playing about with. It's kind of modular thing here the other night, before I decided to try and go completely custom. Yeah, it's not in buildings. Let's have a look at props. There we go. That is actually pretty damn close to the birdcage. It's at the wrong height because it's trying to build it on the bench. Oh, I see. That's the lower part. Well, this will actually work if I can build inside it as well. There we go. That'll do as a nice approximation of the birdcage for now. So what I do need to do, now that it's at that height, I shouldn't have picked that up, should I? Ah, dear, oh dear. I need to bring this over here. I'm going to have to... raise it back up again. To about that height. Its orientation should be roughly 90 degrees to the station. That looks about right. It's actually going to be a lot closer to the station than that, I think. Rather than picking it up again and then having to do all this again, let's just slide it over that way. Yeah, that feels about right. Doesn't need to be perfectly positioned. I'm just trying to put this in as just as a reference for now. All that was left of the birdcage was just the small bit that actually ran over the railway itself. Everything else had been demolished, and then they finally demolished what was left of it. As I say, I think 2013 was when they finally tore down the last of it. I think it was 2007, 2008. They started redeveloping the station itself. But yeah, I've got to make sure the birdcage is on the layout because that was very much there when I was around. So let's get something out of my eye. All right. Let's see. Let's go just little bit further round. And now we're going to straighten it out again. Not like that. Hit the wrong key. Okay. Snap to this lower deck level here. Okay, so this needs to be a little bit lower down now. So what I'm going to start to do is about here. I'm going to start to lower the track level down a touch. Ever so gradually. Just checking it's all at the same elevation. It looks like it is. Yeah, I forgot. It does this. It gets tricky trying to... Alright, let's rip that up. There's an easier way to do this. I need another tool. I'm going to group some things together. So that we can change the elevation in a nice uniform way. select items. 1, 2, 3. And apply group. There we go. So if I now pick that up, there we go. So now I've got 3 consecutive pieces together. I didn't want to do this earlier because I wanted to have more control over individual pieces, but I can always split these back up again in a moment. There we go. So they all go down together at the same uniform rate. It's really, really tricky to lay parallel tracks next to each other when you've got a change in elevation. You can never really get them to line up properly. It's easier to group them together or just work on a set 2-track piece or whatever. I found that out the hard way trying to do my helix. So you can see if we'd stayed at ground level, we haven't dropped down by much, just a little bit, but it all helps. And then we want to level out here, I think. There we go. Back to normal height. So these are my main upper lines. That one will probably have broken off by now. I'm going to leave it like that. Let me grab one of these slightly inner radius curves. That's no way gonna be good enough. I'm gonna have to tighten up the radius. Okay, that's a little bit better. I will still need that piece, just not just yet. So where am I going to break that other line off? I might start this decline further back, I think. I'm going to start it just here. So I'm just going to move back by 1. Nothing too shattering. I'm going to again use the where's my edit tool gone? Did I drop it? Or did I accidentally delete it? Might have accidentally deleted it. Let's just get another one. So I want my grouping tool here. So I can't group these together because they're already parts of groups. So I need to break these groups up, put them back into their individual constituent parts, and then now I can select the whole lot like this. There we go, they're all selected. Apply group. And now if I put that away, now I can be clever. I can just slide that up just to fill the gap like that. And then let's make sure that these are overlapping in a nice friendly way. There we go. So that now effectively becomes a nice smooth joint. It's brought the track back closer to us, and we haven't had to go through a whole malarkey of trying to reposition everything again. I'm going to leave that grouped together for now, because that's my gradual decline and then leveling back out again just there at the other end. So I'm going to leave that in a group just for a moment, even though I really actually do need to rip one of those pieces up, but it'll do for now. I need one of these, and now I need to put in some guide spacing just to figure out where everything else is going to be. There we go, that's the height that I want my bench to be. So I'll just snap to that. That can go away. It's going to be pretty much, if I try and model it all accurately, it's going to be pretty much all downhill all the way down here anyway, but I'm not going to go too realistic with gradient. And that's why I usually lock the benches down, so that I don't keep picking up a bit of bench and doubling it up somewhere, or dropping it in an overlap position somewhere. Alright. I need a road bridge. me pressing the wrong button again. Don't want to mess with that. I might need that particular radius of curve again in a moment. Let's come here and let's go to... not that. Shapes. Actually, no, it might actually be in props. And I can find something usable. No. Just going to go into shapes. Basically, I just want to build myself a very basic bridge shape. To represent Clifton Bridge. I need to square this up. That's pretty close. It's not perfectly square, but then I suppose doesn't essentially need to be perfectly square, but I'm a bit anal when it comes to things like that. There we go. Happy with that. So we put this about there. So this is going to represent roughly the Clifton Road Bridge. It goes over the railway right before. Oh, God damn it! Right before the track does its little bit of magic to change the order which the lines are in. There we go. Big yawn. Didn't get much sleep today. So these are my upper lines. And then I want a separation of... Is that going to be enough? That bridge isn't high enough. It's now very possibly too high, but I need to make sure that I have more than enough clearance for now. As I say, that's just a reference point at the moment, but I need to make sure that the overpass in the track that I'm building can go underneath where the bridge is. I can change the terrain as much as I need to match it. There we go. So, what did I say? I'm not sure if that is going to be enough of a gap. Take... No, I think that could be enough, because this line isn't going to be here. This is going to be raised up. So let me build out to the start point of where the incline is going to be. I can get to that bit in a moment. You know, I just realised I can make this so much easier on myself. Let me just grab a coach. Activate the brakes because wagons have gravity now, so that will start to roll away if I don't do that. I think that's the highest piece of rolling stock I'm going to be using. Let me grab one of my car containers. We'll plonk that down as well. Oh yeah, that's higher. It's a Peugeot plant. That's what it was. It was a Peugeot plant on the way. That's what I remember seeing. Okay, so now that I have that, let's create a flat tile. Let's copy that orientation and then paste it on here. There we go. It's still too thick. Damn it. Still don't know if that is the right thickness or not. It's still too thick. Ah. Alright, if I do that... Oh. I'm changing the height now. So I see what I'm doing. I'm not... I can make it that way. I need to reduce the thickness Um, might need to find a different shape. Yeah, there's one right there. Oh my god. That's exactly what I wanted. God damn it. There we go, change the orientation. All that faffing about. Completely unnecessary. To make sure that the height is accurate so that I've got that clearance that I'm going to need. For the rolling stock. That will be tight, but that'll do. Possibly just take it just a tiny bit lower as well. Yeah, let's go like that. I'm not going to have anything on the layout that's taller than this, so as long as I've got clearance here, that's all that matters. So let's build this out a little bit. This is now creating a new level of baseboard, so to speak. This will become, if I can get this to line up, just use the orientation button. If I can get this to line up the way I want it to, I don't need it to cover the whole area, but this is the new height that we're going to be raising our tracks up to for the switcheroo overpass that the track does. So it's a nice little reference layer, and we will lock this down in a moment just so we don't accidentally break it as we're trying to configure it. Just want that level set. Needs to come out this way a little bit more as well. There we go. I'm hoping I can just build my track directly on top of this, but I think what might be easier is just trying to raise a piece of track into, onto the top of it just to get it where I need it to be. And we will check height clearance across the area, because one of these tracks will be coming in at a diagonal angle. Okay, I actually thought it would move a little bit more than that. Apparently not. There we go, I just heard that one roll down to hit that. Might have to rescale those vans a little bit. I'll still use it as a reference point though. Gives me a nice degree of clearance. Evening Wayne, evening Farah. I'm not sure how long you guys have been around. Apologies if I make you feel like I've been ignoring you. Been a little engrossed. Trying to work on the problem. Okay, next issue I have is making sure that I'm getting the track at the right height. So putting two pieces parallel, let's group them together. Where's my group edit tool again? Damn it. Or my bulk, yeah, my group track tool. Keep destroying it somehow. Select those two items. Let's turn those into a group. That way I can move them together. Let's put that tool away. Oh, it's on number 9. That's why. Put it on the wrong button. So let's lower the heights. That looks pretty convincing. Now I need to get this positioned. Over here. I know what I need to do. Oh, God damn it. Right, before I break anything else, let's apply... Well, let's get rid of those 2 blocks first of all. Stop picking up the bench work. Let's apply changes. There we go. Now I can't pick any of this back up. It's all locked down. Let's do a little bit of edit track so that I can pick a couple of pieces up. just the pieces that I'm going to need. There we go. And hopefully I won't have access to this stuff. So this is going to be the inclined piece. So we need to start to bring this down, but I want to make sure I've got the kind of spacing right over here. So yeah, Wayne and Farah, if you hadn't guessed, started over, but because I got nostalgic, so we're actually going to build Rugby Station as it was in the time that I was a kid. Trying to stretch the radius a little bit. Oh. I don't want that to happen. Okay, that works. Use a little bit of flexi to get that gradual separation curve there. Just trying to figure out where I need to start to climb from. I think from right here, actually. Which is a bit awkward. Go. Making sure that I keep my spacing right for ease of putting switches in. Putting my points in. So it's the lower line that is going to be the one that's above the junction. Or, well, I say above. It's the one that's going to go pretty much straight on. We've locked all that track down, haven't we? There we go. And again, plan here. Let's remove that. move the train. Yeah, my basic plan here is to do what I did with this, is to get rid of those two pieces because they're in the wrong spot. But to elevate that piece of track up to the right height. So that it lines up perfectly with this piece when I start to build the gradient down again. So I need my track edit tool, which again somehow has gone missing. There's probably going to be a few of them just dotted on the floor somewhere. Let's select those two items. Let's make them a group. Let's raise the height of these up. And I put two together so I can use the gap in the ballast between the two pieces to make sure that they're at the right height. And that looks pretty good. Yeah, happy with that. So now I need to break those parts like so. Put the tool away. That piece needs to come off. Needs to be on that side now. It also needs to be removed entirely at some point, but now I need to build my gradient going down. So for that, what I want is a couple more of these. Let's come over here. Not that one. One, two. We're going to turn that into a group now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Put the tool away. I'm going to think about this for a second. Let's get rid of these pieces. Let's make a duplicate. There we go. And now let's connect this here. Start to bring this down. Why is that not working? If I accidentally changed my elevation controls, I think I might have done. I have. Shit. God damn. Reset my controls somehow. Shit. Let me save the map. Controls. Track elevation to 0. That's good. Controls are still supposedly correct. Try it with the scroll wheel. Why isn't that working? Is it too big a piece? That might be the reason. I think it's too long a piece. Okay, that's a little annoying. I'm going to need to break this up a little bit. Let's just do a little bit more gradually then. The shadow was confusing me as to what I was actually selecting there. Let's try it like that. Apply that as a group. Still nothing. Please don't make me have to. Alright. Let's see if this works. Please work. Please work. God damn it. Shit. Alright, I'm going to have to split this up again. This is going to be such a pain in the ass to try and figure out now. It needed to be 6 pieces, didn't it? Let's try and do it one track at a time, which is really awkward to do. And when I say really awkward, I mean really pissing awkward. I mean, there must be an easier way to do it, but I haven't figured it out yet. Ah! Okay. Something else I can try and do. Let's get another custom box. It's a bit of a way to keep trawling back and forth. Let's make a custom straight. Two tracks, 0.7 separation. These are much smaller pieces than I was working with a moment ago, but there we go. That's better. Right, they are not coming down fast enough. I'm going to have to make the gradient a little bit steeper than I would have liked. Probably going to have to reduce the gradient on the, or reduce the height of the tracks over there a little bit as well. Let's do that. So let me edit room. Let's do it here first. Alright. Let's group this stuff together. That stuff's already grouped together, so apply group. Break that group up. Put the tool away. Need to go a little lower. Just a touch, I think. No, I was right the first time. There we go. Alright, so now that I've got the track here at the right height, we can bring this board down a bit more. This is why I need my white Van Man trailer. What I also need to do is get rid of that coach. Don't need that there. That's no longer my reference point. So you can see the height difference. It's not a massive step down, just a little one. About the thickness of our, well, maybe a little bit thicker than our bridge avatar here. No, this isn't our bridge avatar, is it? That's our bridge avatar. This is our little crossover support structure. Now I want to get this as low as I can, just to take the pressure off the uphill gradient. So if it looks like it's going to be scraping, but it's not quite. That's exactly what I want. Yeah, there we go. So now I'm going to relay all of these bits to the new height. Again, we don't need all of this to be covered up, but until I know exactly where everything's going to be in terms of where the track is, I do need to make sure everything's covered. So, temporary solution before we fine-tune it to represent what it'll actually look like. Don't need to change the colour, which is ironic. It is kind of a sort of a dirty white structure on the walls. And obviously the top has got ballast and all sorts on it. Sat here with this engine running makes me feel like I'm all of a sudden doing a Donald Trump impression. Every time he does a press conference at the White House, he's standing next to a helicopter with the engines on, just so no one can hear what he's saying. Don't need that. Copy, paste. So now I need to, once again, actually remove. There we go. They're already grouped. They're a little longer than I would have liked, but it doesn't matter. It's not what I need them for. So if I take that off now, paste it on here. So that's just a straight piece. So if I now start to reduce the gradient, that's too long. Did that not go up at all? It didn't. God damn it. That's the same problem we had last time. So, it had to be custom track. Reduce the length down. Get a gradual climb started there, and then I think I'm going to need some flexi track here. Right, let me tab through. I might be too far away. It's entirely possible. Really don't want to get rid of this. This is my guide track. Actually, it's not my guide track anymore, is it? Not since I went this way. So yeah, I can just get rid of this. That's where it starts the curve. Ugh. Alright. Let's try. That curve isn't tight enough. Oh, god damn it. Wait, did that not go up? What on? That's the wrong guide piece. Ah! God damn. At times this game really frustrates the crap out of me. Copy. That's the one that's too long. I'm trying advanced techniques when I'm still a rookie. That's the problem. Right, let's put my template piece down. Success. Whew. Right, I need to take a break. Just sit and contemplate that for a second. We'll have a cigarette. So I've got my up and over line. Gradient is steeper than I would have liked. Hang on a minute. Is that even going down? It is, but just not enough. See if I can smooth it out a bit by doing that. Yeah, that looks a little bit smoother. Alright. Happier with that. I'm going to lay a bit more track, and then we'll take a break from track laying and I'll head to a relaxing layout while I have a quick bite to eat. Actually, a recreation of a genuine real-world layout that was one of the pioneers of modern railroading techniques, apparently. It was unfortunately destroyed in a house fire. It was built, I think, in the 30s, or started in the 30s or 40s. I think it took about 30 years or so. I think I'll have to read the blurb on it. But it is a wonderful layout. I spent a good 3/4 of an hour just riding around on it yesterday. I don't want to lose my momentum on getting this bit going though. That's going to be my goal, is to get this kind of framework laid out and then take a break, have something to eat, put the other layout on for you guys to have a look at while I'm scarfing down something in about 5-10 minutes, and then we'll come back to doing a little bit more track laying, I think. God damn it! Now I've lost my edit tool, my quick edit tool. How have I put that? Right, let's clear all this shit out of my hands. So let's get rid of that. Those I can just drop and they'll disappear. There we go. Oh, they're not paints. That's why they didn't get destroyed. All right. Quick save. It still looks ungainly, but I think it's just because the shadows are confusing it. No, it's because it's on a bend, that's why it looks a bit more severe. See, from that angle, it looks much smoother than it does from that angle. Go hunting underneath. See if there's anything down here that's been dropped. Doesn't look like it. I must have just destroyed them without realising when I was deleting bits of track. I've done that many a time. Speaking of, I'm going to reconnect this. Shit, now that's not lining up. Why isn't that lining up anymore? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Flexi track to the rescue. Alright, so this third rail is going to need to curve underneath. And link up over on this side. I can get rid of these now. Because they're set in at the wrong height. That does look a little bit ungainly, doesn't it? A sudden little extra dip down. Right, we can fix that. Let's do it as an experiment on this line. Now they're not behaving themselves. Oh, for God's sake. Ah, that's why. Yeah. That's the wrong piece. That's the piece. Still too high. That's better. Yeah, that's a smoother gradient down. That's nicer. Keep doing that. Keep picking up bits of track because I pressed the wrong button or the wrong key. So let's take... That's flexi, isn't it? Okay, let's take the flexi out. Come up by 3. Go back down by 3. That makes the sleepers too big. Better. Alright. My stomach is growling something fierce, so I'm going to take a break from track laying while I go and stick something in the microwave and make a bite to eat. Let me show you the Gore and Daffodil Railroad. Welcome to a vast layout that is all one main line with some supporting bits of track to flesh things out in certain areas. All of these trains are all running, with the exception of one that's doing some shunting over here. They're all running in exactly the same direction on the same piece of track. Let me find there it is. There you go. I will leave you to enjoy a very, very scenic trip just here while I go stick something in the microwave. I'll be back in, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes ish. Alright, well, that is wearing away. Evening, Corey. The amount of effort it must take to make a layout this big is ridiculous. The original version, this used to be a real world layout. The guy who built it first built it, I think, in the 40s, and then over the next 30 years or so kept adding to it to get it to where it ended up. He's now passed away, and it was destroyed shortly afterwards, after his death in a house fire, unfortunately. So the real world version of this doesn't exist anymore, but there was a team of guys that decided to recreate it as faithfully as they could inside the game, and it took them 3 years to build it. I think that's also because there's a lot of custom, it's not just the track, but it's the custom mods. There's a lot of custom skyboxes that have been built, some custom buildings that have all had to be built. They've made custom rolling stock with the livery, etc. So yeah, it took a team of guys 3 years to make this layout in the game. But that's because they were trying to recreate something as faithfully to the original version of it as they could. Had they just built it as just a map without having to worry about it looking like or looking as close to the actual real world version, would have taken them a lot less time. That's me food. right, there you go. That's I think it's a full rotation around the track now. Gonna be time to have a nice little bite to eat. It's a lovely, lovely layout, isn't it? Incredible stuff. And based on, as I say, on a genuine, real-world layout that was built, but unfortunately no longer exists. And every train that you've seen, apart from where is he? He's disappeared somewhere. Down here, perhaps. Yeah, there he is. Where's he gone? Where does he come out? Over here. On this lower deck over here. So yeah, this one train has a pre-planned sort of end-to-end shunt route. Every other train is just running the loop that you've just been on. And there's the train that you were riding on. Right, let's head back to Rugby Station. Let's pick up where we left off. Where did we leave off? Oh, there's a tool, look. Don't need it anymore. Destroy. Okay. We've had another big... there, yes, see, look. Stuff just keeps getting dropped onto the floor. Getting hidden on, in the pillars of the buildings and the tables and stuff. We've had another big celebrity death. Unfortunately, Diane Keaton has passed away. I was just reading a little news article about it on BBC News while I was chomping on me mac and cheese. That is as far across as that needs to go, isn't it? And he works on track. I keep forgetting. Let's get out some points. Oh, crap. Didn't think about that. Alright, well. I'll have to take that piece off. I'm going to have to take that piece off as well. Why won't you place there? Come on, place. Connect. Why do you do this to me, game? And the answer, because it's fun, is not going to be accepted. Alright, I'll have to do this the awkward way.
good. It's about as close as I can get it, I think. Now I should be able to build off of that. That's pretty damn close. I just wish this piece wasn't quite this long, because it's going to mess up everything I need to do. Like that. I thought I was done with this section in terms of the gradients. Turns out I'm not. Fun, fun, fun. Right, I need a point just here. On this track. Breaking out. There we go. Now I can redo my gradients. Well, I'd use Flexi over here, but I forgot I tried to replace it. Yeah, that's not good. Alright, that looks better. And also now I have my track here going where it needs to. Just to be on the safe side. I'll put some flex track in just there. There we go. Right, so it's not entirely accurate, but I think the easiest thing to do is going to be to put an X piece in here. So instead of that, I'll do that. And then I can take that out. There we go. I don't know if there ever was the option to turn off onto there. I don't think there is. I think it's in fact, let's have a look. Let's check the satellite imagery, shall we? Oh, I see. No, it doesn't look. It looks like it's two separate bridges, but it's not. But it looks like the tracks merge into a single track, and then it just splits over the top. So yeah, I'm going to need to take a look at what Google Maps says for this. Yeah, it does look. Two lines come in, they merge. It's a single line over the top from that point onwards that then goes out that way. It used to be, and I don't know when it was taken out, but I'm guessing quite some time ago. It used to be that there was a branch off that would go this way. In fact, you can actually see there. That's the old viaduct. And the track would come down there, along through there, and from there would link up. And I don't ever remember there being an active railway there. I do remember that viaduct very, very distinctly. That's the one I was talking about the other night when I said I remember we had a viaduct. I thought it was Grand Central. Oh, sorry, Great Central, but apparently not. That was the Clifton Road Junction, which was part of the main line, not the Great Central. So, yeah, I very much remember this. I actually went up on top of that a few times. You know, just walked up here and walked along the top of it. That's when I was showing you those bridges. That's what I was referencing. Okay, so I just spent a whole load of work completely unnecessarily trying to think of how to get this to do what I wanted it to do. Because I'm factoring in a track that no longer exists and hasn't existed for quite some time. Oh, God. which means I've got too many lines coming up by the look of it. Oh, damn it. Where did I take that from? Yeah, I have. I've got too many lines going up. Shit, the birds. God damn it. If I'd known that. I tried so goddamn hard to faff around and get it sorted. It's the problem when you sometimes spend time looking at old track plans. As in, like, 1930s track plans. Because that's the only one you can find. You start building tracks that don't exist anymore. Shit. Alright, well, I can still work with that. I'm actually going to take one of those. Stick it there for now. I want to just see if I can do something here. I'm just going to overcomplicate things. Shit, no, I don't have the point that I need. You ever get the feeling it's going to be one of those days? Well, I'm having one. Alright, let's try this again, shall we? This doesn't line up anymore, but that's fine because I need to rip it up anyway. Guess what I'm ripping up? Again. Jesus Christ. I don't need... What don't I need, actually? I've got to be careful. It's a bit tricky because this platform didn't used to exist. That was part of the rebuild. I think they finished that around 2013, 2014. And you can't see it anymore. But this is where the birdcage was, I think, just here. Or maybe just here. I don't think it was that far. I think it was somewhere along this little stretch here was the birdcage. I get the feeling it was here. But I might be wrong. It certainly wasn't any further along than that. Somewhere around... I mean, you can see it looks like this could be a good spot for it. I wish I could choose between historical layers. I was looking through Brownsover because I used to live in Brownsover for a little while, and there's a Tesco now just here, and I was looking to see where is the pub that I used to go to all the time, and I couldn't think, is it where the Tesco is now? I couldn't quite remember if it was on this side of the road or if it was on that side of the road, and I was convinced it was this, and I went into Street View and I got here and I could see the Tesco, and then I went one square further along and I turned and looked and the pub was still there, and it was like an 11-year difference between the two shots. One was taken in, or 9-year difference, sorry. One was taken in 2008, the other one was then taken in 2017, and somewhere within that point the pub I used to go to got turned into a Tesco. Anyway, I digress. Let's go back to the railway line. So they can see that very subtle curve. It's actually more subtle than the one I've modelled in, but never mind. Looks like these lines are actually going to have to curve ever so slightly. Well, maybe not. Maybe just with a bit of flexi track. That line looks like it goes pretty straight and then goes to the down and under. Alright. Let's attack this from a different angle. So it turns out we probably got the whole spacing over there wrong as a result. Get rid of the extreme outlier there, just so I don't confuse myself. Again, I probably don't need these interior lines now. I'm trying to remember.
Always Flex Protect for up to 0 leaks, up to 0 bunching, up to 0 feeling. Always.
Knowledge never stops. At Sheffield Hallam,
Where was
it's
skip button?
created.
Right. Hush. Probably shouldn't have gone for snow. It's going to make it really hard to see anything. God damn it. I was still in rugby at 97, but I was not far from going to be leaving by that point. See, what do we have here? I forgot about those columns. I remember them. Yeah, it's part of the roof support. This guy's looking at the trains rather than the tracks. Which kind of makes sense. Right, these are the inner platforms. That's the birdcage, I think, in the background. Yeah, it is. There. That's the birdcage. It was just that box girder bridge covering the railway tracks itself. That was it. That was all that remained. Wasn't even any railway track inside it. Just the girder itself, and then they finally demolished it. But there were 4 tracks still in 1997. Okay, that's what I needed to see. That's one of the passing lanes. This is Overslade Lane down here, I think. So this is the main platform. Okay, that's the way that's heading out towards Birmingham New Street. An old Sprinter livery. East Midlands Connect. Wow, I've forgotten about East Midlands Connect. That's a little track remaining of what used to exist. Even in 97. I think it's an old Royal Mail train, I think. Yep. Royal Mail. Okay, so the passing lane has gone, but there's still 2 lines on the other side. Okay. In fact, there's 3 lines down there. One's a siding, though, I think. It's a bigger gap. I thought it's just 1 line by the station, and then there's a gap to the other 2 lines. I thought it's the other way around. That's really useful information. So I haven't been at that station since the year 2001, maybe? Was the last time I think I left Rugby on a train. So that's 24 years ago, 25 years ago, nearly. So I need columns up and down there. I'm actually going to find some columns I can put in as a reminder that I need columns. They don't need to be perfectly lined up. These are just a placeholder for later. There we go. Wow, starting to feel a little bit more character in this already. So we had a siding line along here. And just so I know that that's a siding line, I'll put a buffer stop on there. So these are our 2 lines coming out of here. That can go. Don't need that there. That does want to go there, though. Before I started building all of this, I probably really should have finished the station track, but I got impetuous, got carried away. Let's curve that the other way around, actually. Build there. Let me turn it around the way I want it. Ah, you bastard. Oh, no, wait, hang on. Point laying has never been particularly fun to do in this game, unfortunately. Oh shit, wrong button. More often than not, I have to try and force it into the angle and rotation I want, like this, but on a separate track, and then manually bring it over to where I want it. Every now and again it plays ball and it gives me exactly what I want when I put it down, but more often than not it doesn't. There we go, that looks pretty seamless. And there as well. Lovely. Right. Come on, you'll connect to everything but... There we go. Everything but what I wanted to connect to. Right, I've done that side. The old sidings over there. I think I've confused or conflated this merging of these two tracks with the fact that I haven't merged these ones yet, so I've probably gone too far on that. Yeah, I think I probably have. Fun. At least it looks like it's in the right position. Just need to scooch it that way. Yep. Going to leave myself high and dry if this doesn't work. Let's see if it will actually drop it in the orientation I want. Yes, there we go, perfect. Why couldn't you do that last time? It would make my life so much easier. Fallen through. You know what? I'm going to push that further up. Should still be more than long enough for what I want it to do. It's not as smooth a transition as I would have liked. Still isn't. Okay, I'm just going to have to go back to how it was a moment ago then. If I could maybe save a little bit of space, but not without making something look a bit janky, which I really don't want to do. All right. Yeah, see, they put a line in here that didn't used to be there in the 1990s. But they have also ripped up a line over here. They've reformatted all of this. Which means they've probably done the same over there as well. If only I had this imagery, but for the mid-90s, I'd be so happy. It would make this so much easier. That's really interesting. Look, this is the old platform. I'm not sure whether this is platform that's been demolished. It looks like it's still there and they've just let shit grow through it. Yeah, that's the old platform there. And then this is a completely new platform. Are these support columns still there as well? Which were the basis of supports for the old roof. I think they are. Nothing on that side because the roof didn't go that far, I don't think. Or are they something else? Doubt they're lights. Ba, ba, ba. Jesus, filmed on a potato. Yeah, that's not going to show me anything I need. Here we go. Oh, they're just, yeah, they're bollards. It's the old classic buffer stops as well. They haven't changed. Well, why would they? I don't think these are even used anymore, these inner platforms, very often. So this is the train that's going to be going straight through, heading, I think, to Birmingham. Yeah, it's a good shot. That's a much better shot. So yeah, that's what those are. They're these. They are lights, but bollarded lights. And you can see you used to have 2 tracks there and 2 tracks there. It looks like they've actually taken out the one that was on the side of that platform. And they've taken out this one that was on the outside here. So you've got tracks 1, 2, 3 and 4. And they've ripped up tracks 2 and 4 and left 1 and 3. By the look of it. Interesting choice. Yeah, this platform here did not exist. It's amazing how much of the station has remained the same despite how much has changed. What the hell? Was that moving? Weird. Let's get this out of the way. Most of that truck's going to get ripped up again, probably. This is going to be a very labour-intensive build. Trying to get it as accurate as I can without driving myself insane is going to be fun. I am going to end my stream here. And I will continue with this tomorrow. I'll probably stream for a bit tomorrow as well. You'll be able to hopefully see some progress on the next one. See how I've managed to get this. Once I've got the main station area done, the rest will be straightforward. It's just getting this bit done. It's going to be tricky. Alright. Thanks for watching. I am Jim Bob, and I will see you with some more Rolling Line very soon.